in conjunction to for you to prepare the documents for the purpose of program accreditation, provisional accreditation, full accreditation, and compliance evaluation. So, this workshop will cover all 3 documents, and then we'll also cover the latest edition. Eventually, we have COPPA second edition launched in 2018. Then we have COPPA ODL, Open Distance Learning, launched about 1 year after COPPA, which is in 2019. And the latest version of COPPA launched in 2020. So these are the main reference. We're quite fortunate because the structure of these 3 documents are the same. So this gives us this provides some good mapping between all the 3 documents. So based on these 3 references, these are the principles in our efforts to develop the rubrics. So the rubrics are developed and standardized based on COPPA, COPPA ODL, and COPPA standard map based on 7 areas of evaluation and sub-areas, after which 3 rubric documents are produced. That's why I say we are quite fortunate, because all the 3 documents are based on 7 areas, and the sub-area is almost similar to each other. And then related standards within the sub-area are clustered before rubric descriptors are defined. So even though COPPA contains about 98, if I'm not mistaken, but we are going to cluster similar standards so that they are going to be evaluated together in holistic manner. Whereas non-related standards remain standalone. So much so that we want to cluster many standards, there are also standards that need to be evaluated based on its own statements. Then only applicable standards statements for provisional accreditation, full accreditation, and compliance evaluation with modal verb denoting requirements or obligation such as must, shall, or need, or equivalent are chosen to form rubric. So these are the modal verb that represent requirements. So for COPPA and COPPA ODL, the statement, the modal verb that is used in the statement is consistently must. But of course, for COPPA, they use some small variety that contains shall. The statement, there are small number of statements that contain shall and also need, that also present the requirement for program accreditation. And the evaluation of standards or the clusters of standard should be based on incremental achievement of the attainment level. For example, we will use AL3 as the indication that meet the requirement. So AL4, if you want to consider, if the panel want to consider AL4, it can only be considered after all elements of AL3 been achieved. Vice versa, for AL5, the highest attainment level can only be considered after all elements of AL4 being achieved. So there's no, so by doing this principle, by applying this principle, we will avoid possibility that AL5, the possibility that AL5 shouldn't be considered if there are elements of AL4 not fulfilled. So for that matter, we use the 5-point scale, AL1 to 5. This scale has been used for some numbers of years in MQA in evaluating the standards. So for this purpose, we propose that that the evaluation of standards will continue using AL1 to 5 for full accreditation and compliance evaluation. Compliance evaluation is actually maintenance audit after completing a cycle, a program cycle. After full accreditation, there are compliance evaluation to maintain the program. So in this case, we are going to use AL3 as indication that the standard is being met, the requirement as stipulated by the standard is being met, and it is defined as adequacy level. So specifically, AL3 means adequately addressing the standards and or fulfillment of standards as indicated directly by its statements. So based on this adequacy level, we also define AL1 as inadequate non-fulfillment of standards leading to major deficiency and requiring major correction or improvement. And AL2, which should be an achievement in between AL1 and AL3, is defined as less adequate non-fulfillment of standard leading to minor deficiency and requiring minor correction and improvement. Vice versa, we also define AL4 and AL5, where AL4 represent more than adequate or specifically addressing the standards efficiently and or effectively, indicating that the HEP's internal quality assurance system is in control of the respective processes. So the element of efficiency and effectiveness is being evaluated and considered. If we want to give AL4 as the achievement of the standards. And finally, AL5 represents something that represent good or best practices or exemplary practices. So AL5 addressing the standards to the extent that demonstrates good or best or exemplary practice, which could be benchmarked by others. So by looking into this, we can see that AL4 and AL5 can only be determined or being demonstrated after the standard has been implemented. That's why, for the purpose of provisional accreditation, we are proposing that we are to use only up to AL1, AL3, because to demonstrate effectiveness, the standard need to be implemented after the program is run. So for the purpose of provisional accreditation, the evaluation of standards or classes of standards is proposed to be based on 3-point scale. So no AL4 and AL5. But we also define the same AL1 to 3 as similar to for the purpose for FA and CE for full accreditation and compliance evaluation. Only we don't use AL4 and AL5 for the purpose of provisional accreditation. So based on that principle of the development of rubrics, as well as the definition of AL1 to AL5, the structure of the documents, the 3 documents, will follow the same structure as listed here. We begin with the introduction, followed with general overview and general framework, which describe how the rubrics being developed, how the AL1 to 5 is defined, and some other principles that has been used in developing the rubrics. The second session will focus on program accreditation, provisional accreditation. And the third section will focus on full accreditation compliance evaluation. And lastly, the fourth section will focus on methodology for rating and final recommendation, and then section 4 will contain 4 subsections to detail out how the rating is being consolidated and computed for the purpose of final recommendation for the decision of the accreditation. So based on these 4 sections, I will show you, basically I will explain how the rubrics will be developed. So my presentation is mainly to cover section 1, some part of section 2 and 3, but mainly on area 1 only and area 4. And then the rest of the presentation will be presented by my colleagues during the parallel session to cover more detail about section 2 and 3. So remember, we propose the clustering of standards. So these are how we clustered. These are the mechanism on how we cluster the standards. So we begin with area 1. So I will demonstrate how we doing the clustering of the standards for area 1. So, and then I will focus more on COPPA, but at the same time, I also will show how this is being implemented in COPPA ODL and also being implemented in COPPA. So in COPPA standard, if you recall the sub area, we have 3 sub areas. The first 1.1, the sub area 1.1 is about statement of educational objective of academic program and learning outcomes that contain 5 standards. And then after we go through, the panel go through that 5 standards, there are some standard that can be clustered because it represents similar processes or consecutive process in sequence. So we propose to be clustered to 2 clusters. We also have gone through 1.2, which is about program development, process, content, structure, and teacher learning method. Or we can also say this is about curriculum design. There are 6 standards in COPPA, and then we also cluster it to 2 clusters. But of course, the clustering will be based on similarity and consecutive and sequential manner of the standards. But there are also standards that cannot be clustered. That's why for 1.3, we cannot cluster, we only can cluster 2 of the standards, but the rest of the standards remain standalone. So that's why for 1.3, there are 6 standards, but the number of clusters is 5. So for area 1, for COPPA, there are 17 standards, and then which is clustered to 9 clusters. But of course, this one is for the full accreditation and compliance evaluation. So based on this, we're also looking into whether or not all these standards, how much it is applicable during the provisional accreditation, because for provisional accreditation, we are talking about the program is being proposed. So the element, the standard that addressing implementation is very difficult to be evaluated. So by doing so, we actually looking into 1.3, and then since the standard is 1.3, is about program delivery, it is not applicable during PA. So for the purpose of provisional accreditation, only standards in 1.1 and 1.2 will be evaluated during provisional accreditation. So this results in 11 standards is only applicable during PA, and then there is hence we only have 4 clusters to be evaluated during provisional accreditation. That's why we segregate provisional accreditation into section 2. So the standards applicable for provisional accreditation only is listed in section 2 of the documents. So if we look into the clustering of the other areas for COPPA only, so you can see this number or these statistics. So eventually, in the end, for COPPA, we have 98 standards. Okay, but the applicable standards during FA is 48, but within that we managed to cluster 28. So that will give some relief to the, I hope, to the panel of assessors, so that now they only can give rating to 28. Of course, we need to evaluate all the standards, but since some standards are related to each other, so the rating is now being made linear. So for full accreditation, there are 92 standards, applicable standards, for leading to 48 clusters. And then you might wonder why we have 92 standards instead of 98, because there are standards during the full accreditation is still not applicable. For example, standards on alumni. Because the full accreditation is being carried out when the first cohort is in its final year. So there is no alumni yet. So the standards on alumni is not applicable during full accreditation, but it is applicable during the compliance evaluation, because after 5-year cycle, when the program need to be maintained for maintenance audit, then the alumni need to be engaged in order to achieve the related standards. So for the compliance evaluation, eventually we use all the standards. All the standards in COPPA is applicable, leading to 50 clusters. So for then, the next step is to show or to explain how the standards is being combined to form the rubrics. So in this case, we are going to use mapping. So since we are going to use we are going to map all three documents. So the mapping has been established, and then we make use of that mapping to see how the sections in 1.1 in COPPA is mapped to the similar section in COPPA ODL and COPTA. So you can see here for COPPA ODL, almost 100% is aligned to the COPPA standards. For COPTA, we have some variety in a way that COPTA is being developed for the purpose of accrediting TVET's programs. So there are some specific requirements in COPTA, but we managed to also map. But of course, you can see some slightly different mapping where COPTA also define additional requirements. But eventually, we managed to map all the areas and sub areas, and eventually the standard itself. So you can see how in COPPA ODL and COPTA, for example, in COPPA ODL, under Area 1, there are 16 standards clustered into 9 clusters. And for COPTA, there are 20 standards under Area 1 combined, clustered into 11. So you can see how the mapping is being done in order to ensure the rubrics are equivalent to each other. So we are going to consider, for the purpose of demonstrating how the statements of rubrics is being made, I will show for 1.1. So these are the statements contained or extracted from COPPA, COPPA ODL, and COPTA. And then remember for 1.1, we clustered them into 2 clusters. So the first cluster is referred to as cluster 1.1A for COPPA. But of course for COPTA, because one of the principles is we are not going to cluster standards across sub-area. So we put 1.1 in for COPTA as single cluster. So for program learning outcomes, which is equivalent to the sub-area of 1.1 in COPPA, we refer to cluster in COPTA as 1.2A. So I will demonstrate for COPPA, and then the similar principle will be the same. They will be implemented for the other 2 documents. So for COPPA, how we come up with the rubrics is that, remember, we define AL3 as adequacy level. So that is the statement, the first statement that we develop. We develop AL3, which actually a combination of these 3 standards. So this is the statement from standard 1.1. We change from must to is here. Okay, and then there is a standards for 2.2, and that is the standard for 1.1.2, and then that's standard of 1.1.3. So sometimes we need to change a bit in order to consolidate the sentence, but in this case we just lump sum into a sentence that contains 3 requirements. So this defines AL3. So by using that combination of phrases, we write that as AL3. And then we also do the same thing for COPPA ODL as well as COPPA. Of course, there are some variation in COPPA ODL and COPPA because there are some additional or specific requirement that is being put up. For example, for COPPA ODL, there are ODL mode that has been put as additional requirement to fulfill the standards in the cluster 1.1a. So based on that, we develop AL1 and AL2. Basically for AL1, the idea is that even though we have three requirements in cluster 1.1a, none of it has been fulfilled. So if none of it has been fulfilled, then it is AL1, which is the lowest attainment level. But if the program managed to fulfill at least one, then it should be rated as AL2. That's why the discriminator between AL1 and AL2 is none of the requirements being fulfilled, and AL2, at least one of the requirements being fulfilled. But of course, if the program fulfill all the standards, all the requirements, it should be rated as AL3. And then for AL4 and AL5, we're looking into a more than adequate achievement. So for AL4, the program needs to show some indication of efficiency and effectiveness. For example, in this case, we are looking into the need statement has to be updated, but of course, this one can only be evaluated during FA, not during PA. And then for AL5, we are looking into some element that can demonstrate exemplary practices or good practices. So in this case, the discriminator is to benchmark to ensure currency and relevance of the program information and program structure. So that is how we define AL4 and AL5. Not just for these standards, but also for the next standards. So this define cluster, the first cluster in area 1.1. Remember for COPPA, we have standalone cluster 1.1, which focus only for on program educational objective. These standards, if we map to similar standards in 1.1 in COPPA and COPPA ODL, this has been also considered in the standards that we have discussed in the previous slide. But since COPPA put as different in different sub area, so we develop a single cluster, the cluster that contains single standards on its own. So so this one is translated into L3 as usual. So the only change is that we change must be, the word must be to R. The program objective are consistent with and supportive of the vision, mission, and goals of device provider. And then we define L1, L2. L1 is actually not fulfill the standard at all. L2, there are some partial fulfillment of the standards. Of course, for AL1 to 3, it is applicable for, it's going to be applicable for provisional accreditation. For full accreditation and compliance evaluation, there are also elements of efficiency and effectiveness, as well as exemplary practice that has to be determined to decide for AL4 and AL5 during full accreditation and compliance evaluation. And then the next cluster is cluster 1.1b. Remember, we only consider at the moment 3 standards in 1.1 in COPPA. For the next 2 standards, it is about the compliance with MQF and also the consideration for program to indicate career and further study options. So this has been clustered into one cluster and referred to as cluster 1.1b. Okay, and then how we develop is like this. Okay, so these are the rubrics for PA, FA, and CE. Of course, this one, because we only define up to AL3 only, this is directly applicable for PA, provisional accreditation. For FA and CE, we need to add two more AL. So you can see how AL3 actually taking the statements in verbatim. The only change is from must to is or are, or any other verbs. Okay, and then for AL4, the rubrics has been changed to address elements of efficiency and effectiveness, and AL5 to indicate as exemplary practice or practice that lead to good implementation of practices. Okay, so that is for the 1.1. Then we proceed with 1.2, but in 1.2, I'm not going to give you the detail of the rubrics formulation, but rather to highlight the clustering mechanism, because the details will be, you can refer to the document, the draft document that has been disseminated, but you can reflect the same principle that we are using during the formulation of all that descriptors of all the attainment levels. So for 1.2, similar mechanism has been used, where the number of standards has been clustered into 2 clusters. So this is the cluster 1.1a, where we combine 3 standards together about the document, the responsibility of the documents. Sorry, the responsibility of the departments. Okay, in designing the curriculum and the program. So in this case, I would like to highlight in COPPA, normally we only use 3 parties. The HEP represent the universities or the institution. The department normally represent the faculty, the school or colleges who are empowered to run the program. And then the program itself. So even though there are, in normal practice, we have department under faculty, actually the department defined in COPPA actually refers to the faculty or those who are the units within the institution that has been empowered or designated to run the program. Of course, you can combine the department definition of department is the integrated structure of faculty and department in the real situation, or the school and department, or the college and department in the real situation. But of course, in other standard, we have also a definition like academic board, which normally refer to Senate, but academic board in COPPA has 2 layers, to faculty academic board and universities or institutional academic board. Okay. So that is being covered in other areas. So for these standards, we have cluster 2.1, which define 3 requirements that the department, or rather the faculty or the school or the colleges need to commit to. And then based on that, we define the rubrics. So for AL3, there are 3 requirements that department need to fulfill. Okay, one is none of all these 3 has been fulfilled, and 2, AL2 represent at least 1 has been fulfilled. And for 4 and 5, AL4 and 5 represent elements of efficiency and effectiveness, and also element of exemplary and good practices, respectively. But of course, AL4 and 5 is only proposed to be evaluated during full accreditation and compliance evaluation only. And then for the second cluster, we have cluster 1.2b, which taking into consideration the rest 3 standards in 1.2. Okay, so there are elements of the program, the curriculum must fulfill the requirement stipulated in the program standards. There are appropriate learning and teaching method relevant for the program objectives and learning outcomes, and also elements of co-curricular activities that need to be embedded into the curriculum to enrich student experience and to foster personal development and responsibility. We have some also some variation in COPPA ODL that also need to be taken into consideration when defining the rubric for COPPA ODL. So you can see here, we don't use the same rubric because it need to be refer to the standards in each code of practices. So for COPPA also, you can see cluster 1.3 combines 4 standards instead of 3 in COPPA. Okay, so as a result, these are the standards in COPPA 1.2. For 1.3, sub-area 1.3, similar to that, but I did mention that many of the aspects in problem delivery represent different dimensions. That's why out of 6 standards, we only managed to cluster 5 of it. So the clustering is only on standards 1.3.1 and 1.3.3, which is about the responsibility of the department and for the program to be appointed a full-time coordinator and a team of coordinators or instructors. So that can be combined because this is the responsibility of the institution or the faculty, depend on how the governance, internal governance of the institution. That's is defined as one cluster, but the rest of the standard, the rest of 5 standards has been defined as standalone standards because it represents different dimensions. For example, cluster 1.3b represent the extent of information that has to be disseminated to students to guide their studies. So this is different from cluster 1.38. And then the rest of the clusters also represent different dimensions. For example, cluster 1.3c represent the requirement on conducive learning environment. Cluster 1.3d represent the innovation aspect of innovation in teaching, learning, and assessment. And cluster 1.3e represent the requirements for the department to obtain feedback to improve the delivery of the programs. So based on that, 1.3 only have 5 clusters, even though the 1.3 contain 6 standards in COPPA. So based on that, for provisional accreditation, okay, so if we compare all 3 documents, these are the number of standards, original number of standards, how many are applicable during the provisional accreditation, and how many clusters is to be rated. So for COPPA, during PA, there are 28 clusters to be evaluated. For COPPA ODL, there is additional one, 29 clusters to be evaluated, and for COPPA also there are 28. And then in order to come up with the overall marks or overall score, there are weights to be defined. Okay, but I will describe about the formula to calculate the score later. Okay, for full accreditation, you can see many of the standards which are not evaluated during PA now become relevant to be evaluated during full accreditation. So for this, you can see here, for this COPPA, out of 98 standards, okay, there are applicable standards 97, and this lead to the number of clusters 49. We also have similar number. Of course, there are some variation, plus 1 or 2 in COPPA ODL and COPPA. So you can see the indication that in the end, roughly about 50 clusters to be rated during the full accreditation. And then the weight that we propose is that there are reasons why we propose the weight. For example, for full accreditation, we put in the previous slide, if you can recall in the previous slide, in provisional accreditation, the weight for area 1 and area 2 is 2.5, but the rest weight is 1. For full accreditation, we feel that the program, the weight for the area 1 and area 2 is 2 because of it represents the quality of the program curriculum and delivery. At the same time, we also feel that the quality assurance aspect also important. That's why we put 7 as weight of 2. But of course, that doesn't represent that the other area is not important. But the other area represent the support to the program, the support resources to the program. Okay, so eventually we need to come up with some weight in order to calculate the score, the final score, for the quantitative index for the overall achievement. And then for compliance evaluation, you can see all the standards are now applicable compared to the previous standards, compared to the previous full accreditation. For example, for COPPA, before this, we exclude alumni, but now the standards on alumni become applicable during the compliance evaluation. So basically, in compliance evaluation, all the standards defined in the code of practices become applicable. But of course, in COPPA, the standards, how we interpret the standards, all depends on the model verb, must, shall, and needs. Okay, so based on this, how we evaluate the score is based on this formula. So basically, what the formula tells us is that within the area, we will average the rating of the cluster, and then from that, we take the weighted average based on weight, calculate the final score. So for provisional accreditation, since the weight for area 1 and 2 is put as 2.5, whereas area 3 to 7 is put as 1, so the total weight is 10. So the average, the weighted average to calculate the overall AL score is like this. But we need to normalize because you might wonder why we have 1/30 there, because the full mark is 30. Because AL3 times 10. Of course, the full mark for the full mark, if we apply for full accreditation and compliance evaluation, now the full mark is AL5. That's why the denominator there is 50. But the same principle has been applied. We take the average of AL for the clusters to be combined with weighted average at the overall to calculate the overall score. So there is the meaning of the formula here. Okay. So based on the score of each area, we also can represent the strength of the program through other means like graphical output, like the radar graph like this. We have from provisional accreditation radar graph, which is plot up to AL3, and we have full accreditation or compliance evaluation radar graph that is plotted up to AL5. From this, hopefully, it can represent the holisticness or strength of the program, in especially in certain area. So eventually, we need to propose to the MQA whether or not the program can be given accreditation or not. So this comes with something that the panel need to be guided on how to write the final recommendation. Then the final recommendation is based on AL, where the panel will write whether or not to give commendation, to give affirmation, to give recommendation, or suggestion for improvement. In this case, the implication of the decision towards accreditation it depends on whether or not the standards is being evaluated reaching AL3 or not. So there are three categories for the decision. This one is applicable for all accreditation, PA, FA, and NCE. The final recommendation can be to grant provisional accreditation without condition, to grant provisional accreditation with condition, and to not to grant or to deny the provisional accreditation. But of course, there should be reasons to be listed. So since we are looking into the fulfillment of all standards, all applicable standards. In COPPA, we have 28 applicable clusters that has to achieve AL3 to get, in order to be granted provisional accreditation. And then if the program can maintain all attaining AL3, the score will be 100. But of course, there are programs cannot meet that. But if they can meet the criteria, for the MPA to grant provisional accreditation with condition, the score has to be 85 or above. How we come up with 85 is like this. Remember, AL1 and AL2, the weight is 2.5. So the program need to fulfill all the Area 1 and Area 2 as AL3. That will give the program 50%, because 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. And then they also need to fulfill the rest 3, Area 3 and 7, at least AL2. And if we take, for example, all clusters in AL3, sorry, all clusters in Area 7, 3 and 7 attaining AL2, so they will get a total score of 83.3%. You can calculate, do the math. But of course, we will put 85, not 83.3, because there are eventually we also want to see some AL3 being achieved in other areas. Okay, and then unachieved standard will be stated as recommendation or condition to be fulfilled, depending on how severe is the situation. Okay, so that is the justification of 85. Okay, so for full accreditation, okay, we still have 3 types of recommendation, but there are 3 types of recommendation: grant accreditation without condition, grant accreditation with condition, and denial of accreditation. But the cutoff for without condition and with condition is 60. How we come up with 60 is that assuming the program only obtain AL3, no AL4 and no AL5, but no AL1 and 2. So eventually the score is 60%. There is a justification of 60% there. So we maintain this for the recommendation for accreditation without condition and accreditation with condition. So that is the basis of why the cutoff 85% and 60% is proposed for PA, FA, and CE respectively. Okay, so that's with that guidance for final recommendation. That's the content of the rubrics on section 4. So that's all my briefings or the information about the 3 documents. I hope you can see now the principle behind the development of rubrics. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. And we will proceed with the presentation, but before that, we will have a break for transition. Thank you very much. Okay. To continue with the session, the prior session, those who attending the COPPA briefing, the next session on COPPA briefing, please stay in the web this link. Please stay in this link. But those who would like to attend prior session on COPPA ODL and COPTA, you now need to join the you need to join the link as emailed to you. Okay, so we will start in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Prof cari kat sini.
Prof punya email kosong apa? Madam host ke?
Siapa yang host?
Mana you check ah?
Ini kan. Tapi dah penuh tadi I tahu. Mana kesan 7? Kesan 7 sekali 2 tapi dah penuh dah tadi.
Tapi if your host launch meeting. Yes. Join new meeting. Join new meeting. Leave. Yes. Leave.
Dr. Mat, are we ready to go? Boleh? Okay, it's time for us to proceed with the next session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. And also perhaps it's still not too late since we are in the month of Shawwal. I would like to wish all the participants Selamat Hari Raya. All right, let's continue on. By the way, just sound check. Can you hear me well? Dr. Mat, just if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Okay. All right, we're going to continue on from what Prof. Shahril has presented to us just now, the mechanism development of the rubric, and Prof. Shahril has actually took us through at least area 1. So basically, this is the team member. For COPPA, it has been assigned to myself, I'm Suhaimi, and Dr. Mat Isnin of UPSI. The two of us will be responsible to make the presentation on the part of COPPA. And what we have done is this. We have looked at the COPPA second edition, which was published in 2018. And we look at the rubrics. We look at the rubrics, development of the rubrics to create this document. We're going to be calling it a guideline to evaluation of standards. Hopefully, it will be published sometime in 2023. Once this is published, then the program owners and also the panel of the evaluators, they have to read the COPPA and this guideline to evaluation of standards together. Kalau istilah undang-undang dia kata perlu dibaca bersama. So it must be read together. The two documents must be read together in order for the HEP, the higher education providers, when they are preparing their self-evaluation report or self-review portfolio, and the panels when they are conducting accreditation and when they are doing evaluation on the program, either it is provisional, full accreditation, or the compliance evaluation. And the guideline for the evaluation, a guide to the evaluation standard for the program accreditation, as mentioned by Prof. Shahril just now, we have 4 sections. In this particular presentation, I'm going to focus more on section 3. I will use on section 3 because section 3 covers the full accreditation and the compliance evaluation, which covers most of the standards and most of the clusters. As I go through section 3, I will make comments on which part of the standard and clusters which are not relevant to the situation of provisional accreditation. Okay, so that it will be the approach that we're going to take. And based on the presentation of Prof. Shahril, towards the end of his presentation, he mentioned that in total there are 98 standards. However, for the purpose of provisional accreditation, only 48 standards are applicable, and these 48 standards, we can evaluate them under 28 clusters. Whereas for the full accreditation, out of the 98, 97 standards are applicable, and 97 standards are being evaluated under 49 clusters. And for the full compliance evaluation, and we have the full 98 standards are relevant, and this comes under 50 clusters of evaluation. So area 1, Prof. Shahril has gone through the 3 sub-areas, 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3, and he rightly mentioned that 1.1 and 1.2 is applicable to the 3 levels of evaluation: provisional, full, and compliance evaluation. However, 1.3, it's not applicable to the provisional accreditation. We will continue on with area 2. I will take you through area 2, and then area 3 right up to area 6 will be taken by Dr. Mat. I'll come back and to take area 7 before we conclude for question and answer session. So let's look at area 2. This is the table. This is similar to the slide number 30, of the presentation made by Prof. Shahril. So when we look at area 2, there are 11 standards applicable. There are 11 standards in COPPA. 7 are applicable for provisional accreditation, 11 for full, and 11 for compliance evaluation. We are going to use the full accreditation as the axis of our presentation, and we will make comments. We'll make comments on the applicability of the standards when it comes to provisional accreditation. So, area 2, we have 3 substandards focusing on 2.1 relationship between assessment and learning outcome. 2.2 assessment method, 2.3 more on the management of the student assessment. So for full accreditation, we have 11 standards, and these 11 standards are to be evaluated in 5 clusters of rubrics. So let us go straight into sub area 2.1. Sub area 2.1, that is to look at the relationship between assessment and learning outcome. And there are 2 standards associated with sub area 2.1, which is assessment principles, method, and practices must be aligned to the learning outcomes of the program, consistent with the levels defined in MQF. So 2.11 basically is looking at assessment must comply with the defined level of certification in line with MQF. And the alignment between assessment and learning outcome of the program must be systematically and regularly reviewed. So in general, it says that it focuses on assessment principles, practices that are current, and ensuring constructive alignment and the correct taxonomy domain and MQF level of certification. And this is applicable for all 3 levels. This is applicable for all 3 levels of accreditation, may it be provisional, full, and for compliance evaluation. Let us go to the document. I believe you have been given the document. You have not been given the slides yet. I would suggest that you look at your documents, and I will take you through the document. Go to page 53. If you go to page 53, this is what you should be able to see. Let me go to 53. Okay, this is area 2, assessment, and there are 2 standards that I've mentioned to you. 2 standards I've mentioned to you just now, and these 2 standards, using the principles explained by Prof. Shahril, we convert that into a rubric. So where attainment level 3 indicates that if you fulfill attainment level 3, you are indicating that you have fulfilled the standards of 2.11 and 2.12, meaning your assessment is consistent with the levels of MQF, and your policies, practices, and methods, and so on, guidelines are systematically and regularly reviewed. Whereas if you look at attainment level 1, you have not complied to any of the 2 standards. Attainment level 2, you have complied to either one. How do we do better than the minimum requirement? Because AL3 is basically minimum requirement in fulfilling the standard. So if you are looking for a better attainment level, you must first fulfill 211 and 212. And once you have done the assessment, you regularly review them. You must make sure that the assessments are being measured. The results of this assessment must be analyzed. There must be analysis of the results that you have collected, and you need to ensure that the analysis is linked to constructive alignment. And finally, at level 5, the constructive alignment actually leads to an improved learning experience. This is a term that keeps on recurring in the COPPA. They mention about learning experience. Learning experience means that the students themselves will be able to acknowledge that they have learned something, they can do something new. So that is the level we're talking about, not satisfaction. We're not talking about student satisfaction. We're talking about students' improved learning experience. Okay. Now let me get back to the document. So this is sub area 2.1 with 2 standards, and the evaluation rubric is called cluster 2.1A. So let's move to the next sub area, which is assessment method. assessment method also has two standards. There must be a variety of method and tools. So you're talking about your assessment must have a variety of method, and there must be also mechanism to ensure that the assessment is valid, reliable, and it has integrity, currency, and fairness, right? A variety of method, and the method must fulfill criteria such as validity, reliability, and all that. So focus is on current and diverse tools in assessment of learning outcomes that are valid, credible, reliable, and fair, leading to good learning experience. And this is also applicable for the 3 levels. Now I point you to page 54. Just keep on moving in your document. Page 54, we have now the standards of 221 and 222. And here is the rubric. I will not mention attainment level 1, attainment level 2 anymore. Attainment level 3 is basically you have a diverse tool, your tools are valid, reliable, and so on. How do you get a better attainment level? Now, you make the measurements. Again, we are emphasizing that you need to analyze the effectiveness of your tools, and then as a result of that analysis, it leads to improvement of your assessment tools. And then attainment level number 5, you regularly review this document, especially if they are innovative and creative assessment tools. You need to review them regularly to make sure that they are actually measuring what they are measuring, and they are in line with the domains of the learning outcome that are being assessed. Meaning that if the learning outcome is in the affective domain, then the instrument that you are using is actually measuring the affective domain. So that is the next one. So let's move on to the next standards in sub area 2.2. 2.23, the frequency, method, and criteria of student assessment, including regrading systems and the peer policies, must be documented. So now you're talking about there must be properly documented guidelines or policies of the assessment process, and any change to the method must follow established procedures, and they must be communicated to the student. So basically what we're saying is focus is on policies, regulation on assessment, and the importance of keeping stakeholders, especially the students, informed. So this standard 2.2.3, they are applicable for provisional, full, and compliance evaluation. However, 2.2.4 is not applicable to provisional accreditation because you have not made any changes. The program has not run yet, so this is not applicable. So if you go to the standard, page 55, you will see that our rubric, the first 2 levels, I'm not going to go through them. The 3rd level indicate that attainment level indicate that you have fulfilled the 2 standards, and to gain attainment level 4, you must show evidence of regular review, and this review goes through there is a communication plan, communication mechanism to inform the student of the changes in these policies, right? And then this review policies is being done through feedbacks from stakeholders and benchmarking. So in other words, now at level 5, we're looking at you not only having a good practice yourself, but you want to know what others are doing. So your practices are being benchmarked against what others are doing, and you bring in good practices to your department or to your college or to your faculty. So that is what we are looking for with respect to standards 223 and 224. So moving on. Sub area 2.3. Sub area 2.3, we have 5 standards, and sub area 2.3, 231 department and its academic staff must have adequate level of autonomy in managing the student assessment. Assessment results must be communicated to the student. This is what we do at the universities. Department must have appropriate guideline mechanism for student to appeal. This is also another common feature that we have in our universities. And 2.3.5, department must periodically review the management of student assessment and act on the findings of this review. And then 2.2 2.32, standard 232, we have one standard, we have one cluster, standalone cluster 2.3A, that is applicable for provisional and compliance evaluation, and the other one is the same standard, but it appears in section 3, which is applicable to full accreditation and compliance evaluation. So again, this focus on how department managed to improve assessment, including safety, timely communication of exam results, and appeal procedures. And as I've mentioned, 2.31, 32, 33, 34, 35, they are applicable for full accreditation and compliance evaluation, whereas 2.3.2 is applicable for provisional, full accreditation and compliance evaluation. And you may refer this on page 56, on page 56, where we have the rubric on 2.3A, covering the standards that I've mentioned to you. If you are looking at attainment level 3, what we're looking for is fulfillment of all the standards that I've read out to you just now. And level 4, you are looking at the efficiency and effectiveness of the assessment. Efficiency means that how much resources that you put, is this less time or less resources, those kind of things, that is efficiency. Effectiveness, we are looking at how effective is your system. Kalau COVID ke effective lagi tak, or you need to change those kind of things. Effectiveness means if there is a change of situation, change of environment, your system still works. The efficiency is looking at the resources. Can you reduce the resources that you put in, or can you, with the resources being maintained, you improve the efficiency of the process? So that is attainment level number 4. Attainment number 5, again, you look at benchmarking. Compare yourself. In other words, you are looking for means and ways to improve your processes by looking at other institutions who have good practices, and then you bring back good practices and you adjust, you review your procedures so that it becomes more efficient and more effective. Okay, so that is on standards related to sub-area 2.3. So I think that I will stop now for the time being of area 2. I will allow my colleague, Dr. Mat, to continue on with area 3 right up to area 6, and I'll come back to discuss area 7 before we open up for discussion. Dr. Mat, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Now I'm gonna share the slide for section area 3, 4, 5, and 6, and hopefully we're gonna run through exactly the same manners as mentioned by Prof. So I'm gonna try to share my give me a minute. All right. Now I'm looking for, okay, select, give me a minute. Right. Give me a minute. The screen, right. All right. Hopefully everybody can see my slide, and hopefully the voice of myself are okay on all the participants. So my name is Mike Islimin Saleh from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. I'm gonna explain on the area of student selection. So basically on the original COPPA 2.0 for this area, which is student selection and support service, there's 20 standard, but for PA, provisional accreditation, there's 8 standard applicable, and we have clustered it into 7. For full accreditation, we have 19 standard, and we have
Dr.
clustering.
Mat, Dr. Mat,
Yeah, yeah.
you have not shared your screen.
So, oh, okay. I thought I've set my screen. Give me a minute. Can you see now?
No.
So, give me a minute. No. Browser permission. Connect. Okay.
Boleh, Dr. Mat.
Saya tak boleh nak share screen saya kejap. I don't know. Give me a minute, Prof.
While Dr. Mat is figuring out, there was a question on the chat. You're looking for standard 3.2.32. The standard is on page 58. So the way we have done it is we put them in form of clusters and then they move through the clusters.
Okay, Prof. Saya tengah, I'll try to arrange. Give me a minute. Thank you very much, guys. All right, I try to share the screen. Sorry for the delay. I hope you guys are still on the same page with me. Okay, hopefully you guys are with me. So this is the slide that I have.
We're not seeing it, Dr. Mat.
You're not seeing it?
We only see your Explorer.
Oh, okay.
Okay, when you share the slide, can you put the share entire screen? Don't share document, share entire screen.
All right, give me a minute. Screen. So now can you see?
Okay.
All right.
Put it on slideshow.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so back to Area 3. So basically what happened in Area 3, in COPPA second edition, we have 20 standard. For PA, we have 8 applicable standard, but we have clustered it into 7. For full accreditation, we have 19 and we cluster it into 11. For compliant evaluation, CE, we have 20 applicable, but we cluster it into 12. So that's the section for Area 3. So now let's look how this happened. It's actually, if you realize that in COPPA standard, we have 3.1 up until 3.5. But in the case for PA, 3.5 are not applicable. So if you want to see how we work, it's actually for 3.1, we have 5 standard, but we have clustered it into 3. For 3.2, we have 2 standard, we clustered to 1, and 3.3, we have 8 standard, and then we clustered to 5. Whereas 3.4, we have 4 standard, and we clustered it into 2. And for 3.5, we have 1 standard and only 1 cluster is used there. So if you look into the total for PA, that's 8 standard. For FA, they have 19. For CE, they have 20. For under using a system clustering system that we use, we have 7 for PA, 11 for FA, and 12 for CE. So now I'm moving into how this happened to ensure that you guys easy understanding of this one. So I'm gonna going straight PA and then FA and CE, so that you guys can see how it's happening. To make you guys easier, for the rubric, you can refer the page that I have highlighted. For example, for 3.1, which is student selection, for PA, there's 2 what we call it, there's 2 cluster that we use, which is cluster 3.1A and 3.1B. So 3.1A basically combination of 3.11 and 3.12. So for the detail of the rubric, if you refer with the document that given, which is in page 16, you can see that the entertainment level is between 1 until 3. 3 basically the combination of the standard words for 3.11 and 3.12. So for plus the next one under 3.1 student selection, this is cluster 3.1B, where there's only 1 standard under 3.1B, which is again the entertainment level is between 1 until entertainment level 3. For FA, this is for FA and CE. For 3.1, they have 3 clusters. If you can see the difference between PA and FA is actually for FA, there's 3 clusters compared to 2 clusters in PA. So in cluster under 3.1 student selection, we have cluster 3.1A, which is the combination of 3.11 and 3.12. We have 5 entertainment level. We have the other level 4 and level 5. This is the difference between PA and FA. So for COPPA standard cluster 3.1B, we have 1 cluster, 1 standard, which is 3.13, whereas for cluster 3.1C, we have the combination of 2 standard, which is 3.14 and 3.15. For more detail of the rubric, please refer to page 58, so that you can see how the process of we are developing those rubric. So in order to understand that, in order to understand to what we call it, go through the document of the rubric, what actually happened, it separated between, you need to go through first PA, and then FA and CE. So that's easier, I think, for navigation. But we are still looking for feedback if you guys have an issue on going through the program. So that one is the 3.1. For 3.2, under PA, we have only one cluster, which is 3.2A. This is specific to standard 3.2.1. For FA, for cluster 3.2A, please refer page 59, we have 3.22 and 3.21. So this is regarding the department must have a well-defined policy and mechanism to facilitate the student mobility, which may include student transfer. And the 3.2.2 is regarding the to ensure the incoming transfer student to have the capacity to successfully follow the program. So this is 3.2. So under the clustering system, we have one cluster which cover two standard, which is 3.21 and 3.22. So the next one for area 3 is under student support services. For 3.3, we have 3 cluster under 3.33 for PA. This one is PA. I have using a colored system where you can refer. So in this case, for under 3.3, we have 3 cluster, 3.3A, which is which cover only one standard, which is 3.3.1. For cluster 3.3B, we are using a standard 3.3.2. This is page 19. And for cluster 3.3C, the rubric are at page 20, where it cover only one standard, which is 3.3.6, which the HCP must clearly define and documented process and procedure in handling student disability cases. But for PA and for FA and CE, under 3.3, you can see we have 5 cluster, which is 3.3A, 3.3B, 3.3C, 3.3D, and 3.3E. So this is quite interesting to see that there's a difference between PA and FA and CE. So this is for 3.3. Now we are moving into area 3.4. Under 3.4 for PA, this one is for PA. Please refer page 21. There's only one standard related with 3.4A cluster, which is 3.4.1. There must be a well-disseminated policy and process for active student engagement, especially in the area that affect their interest and welfare. As again, for your information, for PA, we have only 3 AL, Entertainment 1, Entertainment 2, and AL3. So AL3 is going to be using the same words that we use for standard, which is there must be a well-disseminated policy and process for active student engagement, especially in the area that affect their interest and welfare. So this is for 3.4, but this one is for full accreditation and CE accreditation. So if you can see under 3.4, there's 2 cluster, which is cluster 3.4A and cluster 3.4B. For under cluster 3.4A is actually the combination of 2 standard, which is 3.41 and 3.42. For cluster 3.4B, the standard is actually the cluster are coming from 2 combination of standard, which is 3.43 and 3.44. So that is for 3.4. And finally, we are moving into the final area for area 3, which is for alumni. And for your information, this cluster, which is 3.5A, only applicable for CE only. So because one of the issues is actually why we put this as a cluster will be used in to measure in CE is regarding, because if you look the standard for 3.51 is regarding the department must foster active linkage with the alumni to develop, review, and continuously improve the program. Based on the feedback from the panel on the ground on officer, we realized that alumni can only be tested during the compliance CE only. So that's why this area, which is 3.5, is put under 3.5 for CE only. So that's for area 3. We're moving into area 4. So to have a bigger picture of what happened in area 4, from the COPPA second version, we have 15 original standard, but for provisional accreditation, we have 6 standard applicable, but we cluster it into 3 clusters. For FA, we have 15 applicable standard, and we have 5 cluster. And for compliance evaluation, we have 15 standard applicable and 5 what we call it clusters that we have developed. So how to look detail on this? This is how it divided under area 4, which is academic staff. You can see it divide. COPPA have divided into 4.1 and 4.2, which is recruitment and management, and services and development. If you look original COPPA second edition, there's 8 standard coming from 4.1, but we have clustered it into 3 clusters after we have done the clustering process, and then we have developed the rubric for that. And for 4.2, the original standard that we have is actually 7, but we have clustered it into 2. So how this happened is actually, if you look why the process is actually 6 applicable during PA, 15 applicable during FA, and 15 applicable during CE. So this one is for CE and FA. We have 3 clusters for PA, 5 cluster for FA, and 5 cluster for CE. To look into more details, again, I'm going go through section by section. We go first subsection 4.1, recruitment and management. Under recruitment and management for provisional accreditation, we have 2 clusters, which is cluster 4.1A, which include standard 4.11, and another cluster under 4.1 for PA is cluster 4.1B, which is you can access the attainment level rubric in page 23. For cluster 4.1B is actually the combination of 3 standard, which is 412, 416, and 417. This is specifically under recruitment and management. You can see 4.12 talking about clear documented academic staff recruitment policy. For 4.16 talking about the covering on recruitment policy for a particular program and the diversity of the academic staff. And then 4.17 covered through the procedure for recognition through promotion, salary increment, and other remuneration to the staff academic. So that is for provisional accreditation. Now we're moving into full accreditation for area 4.1 under full accreditation and compliance evaluation. We have 3 instead of 2. For in PA we have 2. Now we have 3 cluster, which is cluster 4.1A, 4.1B and cluster 4.1C. For under cluster 4.1A, there's 3 standard applicable, which is 4.11, 4.13, and 4.14. And for cluster 4.1B, we have the combination of standard 4.12, 4.15, 4.16, and 4.17. To look detailed the entertainment level rubric, you can refer to page 4.1A, page 69, 4.1B in page 71, and 4.1C in page 72. I think this is going to help you to understand how the process of giving entertainment level between 1 to 5, because this is for full accreditation and what we call it compliance evaluation. I'm moving into the second subsection for area 4, which is service and development. For provisional accreditation, there's only one cluster, which is 4.2A. The entertainment level is between 1 to 3. You can refer in page 24, where cluster 4.2A is actually the combination of standard 4.21 and 4.23. Whereas for full accreditation and compliance evaluation, under subsection 4.2, there's 2 clusters that we have clustered, which is cluster 4.2A and cluster 4.2B. To look more detail on the entertainment level rubric, please refer page 73 and page 75. For cluster 4.2A, it's actually the combination of 3 standard, 4.21, 4.23, 4.24. Whereas for cluster 4.2B, it's actually the combination of 4.22, 4.25, 4.26, and 4.27. So if you are in full accreditation and compliance evaluation, the entertainment level 3 is actually the standard. The words that use is actually the combination of those 4 standard. So the only difference is actually for entertainment level 4 and 5. All right, so that is area 4. Moving into area 5. Under area 5, there's 10 standard from the original COPPA second edition. For provisional accreditation, we have 5, but we have clustered it into 2. For full accreditation, we have 10 applicable standard. We have clustered it into 5. And for compliance evaluation, we have 10 applicable standard. We have clustered it into 5. So how the breakdown of those cluster, you can see from this slide that in area 5.1, which is physical facility, the original from COPPA second version, that's 4 standard, but we have clustered it into 2. For 5.2 research and development, the original COPPA second edition is 3, but we have clustered it into 2. And for the final resources, we have standard in COPPA second edition is 3, but we have clustered into 1. But if you can see the asterisk there, I clearly highlight that for PA, sub-area 5.2 are not applicable. So how we develop this is basically looking like this. This is for PA. Please refer page 26. We have 1 cluster only for 5.1, which is 5.1A. So this is the combination of 2 standard, 5.11 and 4.12. Why we combine these 2? Why we cluster it together? Because it covers, as mentioned by the Pengurusi, this is to ensure that it covered both same things that we want to cover. For example, for 5.11, the program must have sufficient and appropriate physical facility and educational resources.
to ensure its effective delivery, including facilities for practical-based program and for those with special need. And we cluster it together with the physical facility must comply with the relevant laws and regulations. So that's why we're coming with cluster 5.1A. Now we're moving into full accreditation and compliant evaluation for under subsection 5.1. You can see that we have two clusters that we want to evaluate, which is cluster 5.1A, which is in page 77, which is if you clearly, if you look into the slide, it's actually the combination of 5.11, 4.12, and combination of 5.14. And another cluster under 5.1 is actually cluster 5.1B, which is cover only one standard, which is the library resources must have adequate and up-to-date reference material and qualified staff that meet the needs of the program and research among academic staff and students. So that's area 5 for 5.1. Now we're moving into 5.2. Since 5.2, if you realize the coloring, we didn't cover 5.2 in provisional accreditation. What we gonna evaluate 5.2, where we gonna evaluate two cluster, which is cluster 5.2A and 5.2B. Under 5.2A, there's two standard that we evaluate, which is 521 and 523. Under cluster 5.2B, we have only one standard, which is 5.2.2. For the detail of the both rubric, please refer to the document I've given earlier, which is in page 80. So that is area 5.2. So this is the final subsection for area 5, which is financial resources. Financial resources will be covered in provisional accreditation. This is for provisional accreditation, where we have only one cluster, which is 5.3A, where for the specific entertainment level, you can see in page 27, where for provisional accreditation, we have only three entertainment level, which is entertainment level 1, 2, and 3. So under cluster 5.3A, there's three cluster combined, which is 5.31, 5.32, and 5.33. But for again, for full accreditation, also we have only one cluster, which is 5.3A. This is the combination of 5.31, 5.32, and 5.33. So that's for the area 5. So now I hope you guys are still with me. I'm moving into the final section for myself before I pass back to Prof. Suhaimi. So this is for program management. So under program management, in the original COPPA second edition, we have 16 standard. For the provisional accreditation, 7 standard are applicable. But we have clustered it into 4 clusters. For full accreditation, there's 15 standard applicable, but we have clustered it into 8. And for CE, we have 16 applicable standard with 9 clusters. If you realize there's a difference between full accreditation and compliant education. This is specifically for, I think, for subsection 6.1E. Later, I'm gonna detail out how this one different between a full accreditation and compliant evaluation. So for all the institution, I think this is a couple of things that every single of the person who look into the rubric to need to ensure that they really understand why the numbers is different, to ensure that you guys get the input why is different. I'm gonna detail out after this. So for under area 6, there's 4 sub area, which is 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. Under program management, originally it have 6 standard. we have clustered it into 5. For program leadership, we have 3 standard originally from COPPA second edition. We have clustered it into 2. For 6.3, we have 3 standard originally from COPPA second edition, but we have clustered to 1. And academic record, we have 4, but we cluster it into 1. And if you realize, if you can see that for 6.3, it is not applicable for PA. So let's look more detail on the breakdown of the rubric. For 6.1, program management, this is under provisional accreditation. We have 2 clusters, which is cluster 6.1A, the combination of 6.11 and 6.13. The detail of the attainment level rubric, please refer page 29. For COPPA, for class, the second cluster under 6.1 is actually 6.1B. There's only one standard, which is 6.14. This is regarding the academic board of the department must be an effective decision-making body with adequate degree of autonomy. So both, cluster 6.1A and 6.1B, the attainment level for provisional accreditation is between AL1 until AL3. But for full accreditation and what we call it compliance evolution, there's 5 cluster that we have clustered from 6.1 for full accreditation and compliance evolution, which is we have cluster 6.1A, 6.1B, 6.1C, 6.1D, and 6.1E. If you realize that specifically for cluster 6.1E, it only applicable for CE only. So basically what happened for full accreditation, it only cover 4 cluster only, 6.1A, 6.1B, 6.1C, and 6.1D. So one of the reasons because for cluster 6.1E, there's a section specifically mentioned about graded employability analysis. So this one is applicable for what we call it compliance evaluation. But again, if you as an institution or as a panel, 6.16 still will be evaluated, but with limited scope, which is excluding the graduate employability analysis. This one will be covered in what we call it CE only. So again, 6.16 still will be evaluated, but only covering the department must conduct internal and external consultation and market needs. So this is the limited scope that I mentioned to you. So that's for 6.1. We are moving into 6.2. This is for provisional accreditation, where the entertainment level is between AL1 until AL3. For the detail for this rubric, please refer to page 31. If you realize that 6.2A is actually the combination of 6.21 and 6.22. So for full accreditation and compliance evaluation, there's this section, which is area 6.2, program leadership. We have 2 clusters, which is cluster 6.2A and cluster 6.2B. 6.2A, the combination of 2 section, which is 2 standard, which is 6.21 and 6.22, whereas for cluster 6.2B, only 1 standard available, which is 6.23. So for the detail for full accreditation and compliance evaluation, please refer page 88 and 89, where you can see for full accreditation and compliance evaluation, there's 5 attainment level, which is attainment level 1 until 5, where attainment level 3 will cover all the what we call it standard words for each substandard. The standard included under one cluster. So that's 6.2. And now we're moving into 6.3. 6.3, again, as I mentioned earlier, 6.3 are not been evaluated in provisional accreditation. It's only evaluated in full accreditation and compliance evaluation. So under 6.3, we have only one cluster, which is cluster 6.3A, the combination of 6.31, 6.32, and 6.33. We moving into area 6.4, which is this is the last part for area 6, which is academic report. So under 6.4 for provisional accreditation, we have one cluster. This the entitlement level for this cluster 6.4A can be referred in page 32. This is a combination of standard 6.41 and 6.43. This is for provisional accreditation, where it only have 3 entitlement level, but for full accreditation for academic record, we have one cluster 6.4A, but which the entitlement level rubric we can refer in page 92. But on this cluster, we have the combination of, we evaluate 4 standard, which is 6.41, 6.42, 43, and 44. All these what we call it standard will be clustered under 6.4A, where the entitlement level rubric will be specifically can be you can look into the page 92 to see how the rubric have been developed. But again, as I mentioned to you, area 3 is going to be the usage of 4 standard there: 6.41, 6.42, 6.43, and 6.44. And there's another 2 entitlement level area, entitlement level 4 and 5 for full accreditation and compliance evaluation. I think that's the section that I need to cover. I'm going to pass back to Prof. Swami so that he can proceed with area 7 and hopefully can conclude the explanation on COPPA. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, guys. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mat. Can you stop sharing? Okay, let's continue on. Area 7. Area 7, I'll take the same approach as what I did with area 2. We're talking about there is 9 applicable standards, and these 9 standards, we are putting them into 5 clusters. 9 standards putting into 5 clusters. And there is only one sub-area, that is the mechanism for program monitoring, review, and continuous quality improvement. 9 standards being put into 5 clusters. Again, the approach will be, I will focus mainly on the full and compliance evaluation, and I will make note of which of the standards are not applicable at the provisional accreditation. The first cluster puts together standard 711 and standard 713. This standard actually focus on policies and committees for monitoring and review, including continuous improvement of the academic program. So it focuses on the policies and the committee for looking into continuous improvement of academic program. The attainment levels are given on page 98, the relevant rubric for in section 3. If I may add, in section 3, you will see that attainment level number 3 covers the 2 standard and what do you need to do in order to get attainment level 4. Attainment level 4, you have to perform regular program monitoring and review to ensure currency and relevance. So in other words, your program has been running, but you need to conduct reviews to ensure that they are up to date and they are still relevant with the industry. And to get attainment level number 5, there is a solid action plan for CQI to ensure the currency and relevance of the program. You have review, but at stage number 5 or at the attainment level number 5, you are talking about there is a solid plan of action that will help you to achieve, to ensure the currency and relevancy of your program. So moving on to the next cluster, cluster 7.1b, it puts together standards 712 and 719, and these two standards actually focus on the quality assurance unit at the department, faculty, or college, and the link to the QA processes of the institution. So in other words, we want to see how the processes at the faculty are being linked to the processes of the HEP. And this is applicable, of course, for PA, FA, and compliance evaluation. And the attainment level, let's have a look, is on page 99. So if you look at page 99, what we're looking at is attainment level 3, fulfilling the 2 standards. Attainment level 4, we are looking for a smooth coordination between the QA unit at the college and at the university level. Right? And then we would like to see attainment level number 5, that the head of the QA unit at the faculty is a certified quality officer. And by having this certified quality officer and the smooth coordination, we are looking at a sustainable IQA ecosystem. And then this system that you have in your faculty is being benchmarked by other institutions. So you reach the stage of becoming exemplary, then you deserve attainment level number 5. Carrying on from there to the next cluster, the third cluster, 7.1c, this is for compliance evaluation only. This is applicable for compliance evaluation only. There are 2 standards, 7.14 and 7.15. These 2 standards focus on engagement with stakeholders to improve the program. Stakeholders here means that you are engaging with the internal and external stakeholder. If I can show you the rubric for that. Attainment level minimum requirement is that you review and then you engage your stakeholders, namely the alumni and employers, as well as external experts, meaning that perhaps your industrial advisory panel, your external examiners and all that. But to get attainment level 4, to do more than the minimum requirement, you engage all the relevant stakeholders, perhaps the NGOs, the regulators, and all that must be engaged. Not only that, their views have been considered in the curriculum review. In other words, there must be evidence that their views has been taken on board to be taken in the review of the curriculum. If you have addressed them, take on board, there must be reasons why. If you do not want to take the suggestion, there must be a reason why. So there must be clear evidence of that. The suggestions has been deliberated at the college, faculty, or departmental level, and then the review system engage a wide spectrum of stakeholders. It goes beyond the students, the lecturers, the alumni, and the employer. So if you have anything apart from these 4 additional, then you have included a wider spectrum of stakeholders. And why do we do that? Because we want to take the collective views and show that they have improved the quality of our graduate attributes. So to show this, you basically need to show the improvement of the PLO attainment of your students over a period of time. So if the program is first time running, I cannot see how you can get attainment level 5, because attainment level 5 is looking at improvement. Anything looking at improvement, it has to be over a duration of time. So the first accreditation, it is unlikely that you will be able to attain what they call this attainment level 5. Okay, moving on to the next cluster, which is 7.1d. This is the second last. 4 standards here. 2 standards here, 7.16 and 7.18. The 2 standards focus on analysis to improve the program based on students' performance, progression, attrition, and graduate applicability. And this is applicable for compliance evaluation only. And the The rubric is shown on page 102. Where is it? 71D, 71D. And fulfilling the two standards will give you attainment level 3. How to get to attainment level 4? So attainment level 4, you do analysis, you look at your programs, not limited to only the performance of the student, progression, attrition, graduation, employment. There are other elements that you take on board, not just the minimum expectation, and then you analyze them for the purpose of CQI. And the next level is you analyze for the purpose of CQI and quality enhancement, leading to good or best practices. Again, if you have a good practice and best practice, this will be indicated by people coming to do benchmarking with your program or your department. So that would be the rubric for the 4th cluster. And the final cluster of area 7 is cluster 7.1E, only one standard. And this standard basically focus on monitoring and review of collaborative programs. If the program is being offered by 2 or more entities, then this standard is applicable. They are applicable for provisional, full, and also compliance evaluation. And this would be the rubric to cover the last cluster. Where is it? 7.1E. And if you have collaborative arrangement, you meet the requirement. But if you have collaborative arrangement and your partner participate actively, then you have level 4. And finally, if they participate responsibly, leading to including implementation and joint monitoring of the action plans, then you'll be able to claim attainment level number 5. So basically, that are the 5 clusters that is associated with area 7, and that would be all the clusters that we like to share with you from area 1 to area 7. So I think we can stop here, and perhaps we could open up the session because we are running out of time. We have allocated, sepatutnya habis pukul 12, but we will allow Dr. Mat 45 minutes for Q&A.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay. Dr. Mat, boleh?
Ya bro, cuma
So,
saya rasa ada beberapa soalan daripada Q&A punya section, kalau bro boleh bagi feedback.
I have just now during your presentation, I was addressing some of them already.
Yeah, but we still have
I've given a written answer. If we look at the question here, let me take a question. Dr. Ahmad Tamrini, Dr. Ahmad Tamrini Fazlin Said Muhammad. In terms of document preparation for submission PA, does a PPT needs to prepare and submit a document in full adherence to COPPA or omit standard that is not relevant, okay, at this stage? Now, please understand this. The document and the practice that is in fact is the COPPA, the 98 standards. The group that was chaired by Prof. Sharil, the team, the panel members, we felt that certain standards are not relevant at certain stages. So hence the document is presented to you. And you see that at provisional accreditation, we say that there is 48 standards. Out of the 98, only 48 is relevant. And that 48, we put it into 28 clusters. Okay. Now, the process is this. We come up with the documents, the 3 documents for COPPA, COPPA ODL, and COPTA. This is the first draft that we've come up with, that we are prepared to show to our stakeholders, which is your good selves. And when we share this with you, we expect to get feedback. This session is not MQA telling you this is what we want to do. This is a session where MQA says that this is what we propose, and this is the views of the panel. The panel do have blind spots. There may be areas that we did not see. So this is where we are showing you, and we are sharing with you the document. You are to go through. We'll give you a duration of 2 weeks or 3 weeks for you to give us feedback. Once you have given us the feedback, and then we will look at the feedback, whether we can take this on board or whether there is, we are quite comfortable with what we have with proper justification. And then after that, the final document will be drafted and it will be presented to the MQA, to the management, and later to the MQA council. Once the council has approved of that, once the council has approved of the document, MQA will issue a circular to all the higher education providers stating that these documents are now available and MQA is now implementing them. And there is two choices. I do not know how MQA is going to do this, whether they are going to implement this with immediate effect, or they will say that there is a transition of 6 months or 12 months, a grace period before it will take full effect. So in responding to your question, as of today, you still have to submit based on our normal practice, because this document has not come into effect. This document is currently being shared with the participants here today and later in the afternoon with another group, so that we can get feedback. Are the clusters relevant, or are the levels of attainment level 4, attainment level 5 is too high or whatever? So this is the opportunity for you. This is the opportunity for you to air your views, and we as the panel will be collecting all these views, and then we will deliberate whether to make amendments to the documents that we have shared with you. So I hope I have answered Dr. Ahmad Tamrini's question. Okay, and then for certified quality officer, what kind of certification? This comes from Maliga. Maliga daripada mana ni? Tech Terrain College. Tech Terrain College. MQA is currently offering certified quality officer workshops, and universities are welcome to send the head of the quality assurance department in the university to attend these courses. Currently, it has a 3-tier program. You attend a 6-day session for tier 1, there will be assessment. If you pass that assessment, you continue on to tier 2, another 6-day program. And if you pass that, you continue on to tier 3. Upon successfully completing the 3 tiers, then you will be a certified quality officer. You will be given a certificate to certify that you are a certified quality officer. So that is what MQA is talking about. Okay, Maliga, I have answered your question based on kita punya live interaction. Next, we have MQA should embrace the spirit of appel by recognizing QA officers' experience and not requiring certification. Now, appel, while we recognize the prior experiential learning and all that, that has got to be what do you call this, put into portfolio. They will go through assessment before we can accept before we can certify that experience is equivalent to a certain level. So similarly, perhaps you may document whatever. I do not know whether MQA is going to accept this or not. Perhaps what I can see is you document, and then there is no two way about it. You have to sit for the assessment. You have to sit for the assessment. If you pass the assessment, then in my personal opinion, there is no reason why we cannot certify you. Macam HRDC, they also allow that you submit your experience and all that, except that HRDC did not force us to sit for assessment. So I think Norazmin, the spirit of appel is there, but when it comes to certification, there is always a challenge test. There is always an assessment that will be imposed to ensure that you have met the mark before certification can be given. Ada lagi? Ini Tengku Badariah. Jawapan dia sama. I say the same thing at present. You follow MQA 01, you follow MQA 02 until this document has become official, and then MQA will give you a date when this will become in full effect. So jawapan saya sama tadi. Evelyn ni macam kenal aja ni. Evelyn Gan ni. Evelyn, may I know if the formulated template will be provided for panels to come up? Once this is approved, then the panel will be given the template. It would take time for approval, and then I'm sure MQA will develop the template as well for evaluation. The apa nama tu biasanya MQA dia seronok guna apa? They like to use the Excel punya apa? Excel punya template tu. I think something similar to that will be developed. Tengku Badariah, I cannot answer this question. Dr. Mat nak jawab ke sebab apa? Dia soalan dia because the question is related with guideline. Jadi saya tak tahu apa dia soalan dia.
Macam tergantung bro.
Saya tak dapat.
Another question bro.
Saya tak dapat nak address yang tu. Tadi kita jawab siapa? Ahmad Tamrini kan? Alamak. Can you please not say thank you or give salam in this platform because it constitute a question. So tak payah bagi salam, terus bagi soalan aja. So yang ni Alziah Daud saya dismiss. Thank you for your answer pun saya dismiss. Please do not say thank you, give salam on this platform. I assume you give salam dalam hati tu, saya pun dah jawab salam dalam hati. Does AUN qualify? This one you got to, like I say, I'm not in position to answer this. Yang ini you can submit the query to MQA, whether MQA recognize AUN quality certified officer. So you can actually submit the query to MQA punya ni lah.
Saya rasa Prof, CKB daripada standard dah letakkan link berkaitan dengan untuk yang berminat dengan QA certification dekat chat.
KB ada ke? KB?
Ada.
KB boleh jawab soalan ni Cik KB, sama ada ASEAN University Network punya QA certified officer tu kita recognize dia orang sebagai certified quality officer MQA?
Tidak, kita buat program yang khusus untuk dalaman di peringkat MQA. Saya ada bagi link daripada MQATC, boleh refer dan daftar di situ.
Kalau saya merupakan AUN quality certified officer pun saya kena ada some sort of internal training juga
Ya.
Okay. So Alif Nordin minta maaf lah saya tak address sebagai profesor ke apa, saya baca nama sebagai yang ada. I think it's clear kalau ni apa, kalau Cik Kamarul dah kata macam tu, then that would be the position of MQA lah. Okay, Yuan Cha, I think I've answered just now this question. The evaluation instrument, once the document has been adopted officially, then I believe MQA will address the panel. I expect this question ni banyak ni petang nanti, because petang nanti kita ada evaluation panel. I think they will be coming up with this, and I hope Cik Kamarul boleh respon yang ni Cik Kamarul. This is more on procedure lah ni, MQA punya procedure. Evaluation instrument tu bila kita nak develop Cik Kamarul?
Yang evaluation instrument ni untuk yang mana Prof? Soalan
yang sekarang ni kalau ni soalan nombor berapa tuan, oleh Fu Yuan Chia, biasanya kan macam hari tu kita buat SWA, lepas tu kita develop dia punya instrument, Excel instrument tu kan. Samalah. Yang ini pun saya imagine kita akan develop lah dia punya instrumen kan.
Betul, kita akan develop, tapi kita kena dapatkan lah, kita macam Prof cakap tadi, untuk hari ini kita dapatkan feedback dulu. Kita dah settle, nanti dah bawa ke pengurusan, dah setuju untuk buat kuasaan, dan kita akan bangunkan Excel dia.
So jelas ya, sebab yang ni benda tu kalau kita buat sekarang dia premature. We have to get all feedback, we have to finalize, dah approve, then only bahagian Cik Kamarul akan develop the instrument. Once the instrument is available, then it will be informed to the higher education providers and also to the panel. Zia doubt if HEP plans to submit FA for new program and CE for existing program. Belum lagi Azia, tak boleh lagi. Sekarang ni kena gunakan yang proses sedia ada. Dokumen ini belum lagi apa? Ni baru kita nak share untuk dapat feedback. Dia belum lagi diguna pakai secara rasmi oleh MQA. So at present kena ikut lagi apa yang prosedur yang sedia ada. Okey, yang ni apa dia ni? The number of FA rejection, Muhammad Nur Azmin, the number of FA rejection has decreased, but the impact is still severe to students. This move may cause the quality offering of new programs to deteriorate even worse than before. Instead of removing many standards from PA, MQA should look into separating the accreditation between institution and program. The common aspect can be addressed in institutional evaluation, which covers all programs being offered. Okay, I think the 98 standards that we have in COPPA, they are applicable, even though you look at it as a management and administrative matters, they are applicable at the college, faculty, and departmental level. And we are also looking at the institutional level. Some of the items, they appear at both in COPPA and also in COPPA. So you have to remember that when we started out quality assurance, both the program and institutional level, they have the 9 areas. And then later we consolidate COPPA into 7 areas. When we look at the same management and administrative matters, especially in area number 6 of COPPA, that is looking at the departmental level. A simple example, at departmental level, you kena ada you punya academic office. At the university level, you also have the academic office. But the responsibility of the academic office at the university and the departmental level is quite different. At the university level, it's more of a strategic direction. But at the faculty level, it's more of an operational about curriculum review dan sebagainya. So I think the 98 standards though, dah okey dah berbanding dengan sebelum itu kita ada 156 standard. From 156 now to 98. Our main concern in this exercise of coming up with this guideline is to see which standard is relevant at which stage of the accreditation. So that is why we're saying that for provisional accreditation, instead of going through all the 98 standards, kita cuma guna pakai 48. And for FA, we did not decrease banyak sangat. Tadi ada sedikit discrepancy slide yang ditunjukkan oleh Prof. Syarif, slide 11 dan slide 30. For full accreditation, dia kata 92 standard dan 46 clusters. 92 standard, 46 clusters. Kalau tengok dokumen yang kita edarkan, dia bukan 92 standard. Dia 97 standard, 49 cluster. So we have not dilute the quality of the assessment. We have not dilute. Cuma yang kita reduce masa FA itu alumni tu. Sebab at the point of graduation, dia orang belum jadi alumni lagi. So that is the reason kenapa kita cuma ada 97 berbanding masa compliance kita ada 98. So I think we have not diluted diluted the quality of the assessment. Okay, this rubrics is applicable to all programs that are accredited by MQA. Yang mana yang dikawaselia oleh badan profesional, you have to follow badan profesional punya. If they have their own rubric, then your assessment is subjected to the badan profesional. May it be lembaga jururawat, lembaga jurutera, Majlis Optik Malaysia, whatever it is, lembaga arkitek Malaysia. So with the professional bodies, you have to follow their documents. So their documents, they have their own accreditation manual. MQA punya accreditation manual will be your COPPA, COPPA ODL and COPPA. What we are producing is a document to be read together with this code of practices for program accreditation. So that's what we're doing. Rozana Aina Malat Osman, just a suggestion in the COPPA subsection, please put note. Okay.
Prof, untuk Rozana Aina Maulad Osman, we have take this into the consideration and we're going to deliberate this after this. This is a suggestion, Prof.
Rozana, PowerPoint yang saya dengan Dr. Mat tunjuk, PowerPoint yang Prof. Syaril tunjuk, they are not binding. They are not binding. So yang tu adalah apa orang kata to guide us to take you through. What is binding is the document. What is binding is the document. Sebab tu saya secara pribadi tidak suka untuk PowerPoint itu diedarkan pada peserta. Lebih baik peserta go through the document. Dalam dokumen tu jelas kita asingkan section 2 untuk provisional accreditation, section 3 untuk full dengan compliance evaluation. So kalau you nak submit untuk provisional, you tengok sahaja section 2. Kalau you nak submit untuk full, you tengok section 3. So I think the document is ni, the slide shows, the slides yang kami gunakan itu, that is not binding. Slide itu adalah untuk membantu saya membawa peserta going through the document. The document is binding. Tapi apa orang kata peserta kat Malaysia ni, dia tidak rasa sempurna menghadiri sesuatu kursus, melainkan dia dapat PowerPoint presenter itu. So, but I'm telling you, sometimes macam tadi saya dah beritahu, slide nombor 11 dengan slide nombor 30 Prof. Syaril sendiri sudah ada percanggahan. Tetapi yang tidak ada percanggahan adalah dokumen itu. So, comment on the document. Comment on the document. Manmit Call. Faculty quality officers have been trained internally. MQA, unfortunately, dia tidak. Internally, you can train your quality officer. Okay. But certified quality officer, certified means the word certified kan? Dia mesti datang daripada satu authoritative body. Let me say, your university ada lantik safety officer, betul tak? Ada lantik safety officer setiap department. But that safety officer is not certified by DOS nor NIOS. Samalah macam ini. You boleh internally train to smoothen out the operation of your university. But that person is not certified by MQA. MQA tidak terima sebagai a certified quality officer. Dr. Mat, would you like to add in?
Tak ada, Prof. Saya rasa we are concentrating on the rubrik. So I think it is better untuk kita concentrate jawab soalan rubrik. I think the other section, I think we should pass to MQA to answer this thing.
Okay.
Right?
Would this COPPA review also look into reducing duplication of standards, not just clustering without diluting the assessment? I think we have covered that. If you find that they are still duplicating standard, please put in your comments specific. Bagi tahu kata dia MQA, dia Prof. Syaril. I find that cluster 1, cluster 2, let's say cluster 2E and cluster 6B. There are 2 standards that they are duplicating. Then we will look into that. Give us specific. Sometimes you tengok standard dalam COPPA tu dia kata this standard must be read together with another standard in another area. So that was done with purpose. Sebab satu dia nak tengok on the operation side, satu lagi dia nak tengok on the management side. Kalau area 6 more on the management side, kalau area 2 tu lebih kepada operation side. So if you find that they are duplicating, do let us know the specific standards kat area mana tu yang you merasakan bahawa dia duplicate, do let us know. We will look into it. Cik KB.
Ya, Prof.
Ni soalan ni. As this is a feedback workshop, does MQA plan to hold briefing and training session of the approved document later?
Ya, betul. Kita akan buat sesi webinar. Seperti biasa, setelah approve, kita akan buat webinar untuk semua.
Okay. Norazmin, nanti bila dah approve semua, MPA akan buat webinar lah. Webinar, masa tu baru dia jadi sesi untuk memberitahu this is what we are going to do. Masa tu dah tak boleh kata boleh tak buat macam ni, boleh tak buat macam ni, masa tu tak boleh lah. So kalau nak kata nak bagi cadangan hari ni, sesi ini sesi feedback. If this new rubric is approved by MQA, when is the implementation, estimated time of implementation? Cik KB, what is the timeline kita punya jangkaan?
Normally-nya kita boleh kata paling lewat dalam 3 bulan lagi dari sekarang.
3 bulan daripada sekarang pergi kepada council.
Ya, ini kita tak pergi ke council lah. Kita bawa mesyuarat pengurusan tertinggi saja.
Pengurusan tertinggi kalau dah approve.
Tapi kalau kita cepat finalisekan, kita akan bawa cepat lah. Cuma estimate kita tu depend lah kepada.
Soalan tadi, Cik KB, satu lagi soalan. Okay, kita dah dapat feedback, kita take on board, kita bawa pada pengurusan. Adakah pelaksanaan ini immediate effect ataupun ada grace period?
Kemungkinan grace period tu ada sebab ada yang dah siapkan dokumen, dia dah nak hantar dah, tiba-tiba kita keluarkan. Yang itulah biasa timbul isu.
So makna kata there will be grace period lah. Sesiapa yang dah siapkan menggunakan kaedah lama, kita tetap terima lah. Sehingga satu ketika 6 bulan ke macam tu, 6 bulan ke 12 bulan lazimnya MPA bagi. And then from there onwards, everything must be submitted based on this new requirement lah kan?
Ya, normally-nya kalau standard atau benda tu lebih mudah, kita akan immediate dia boleh laksanakan. Cuma grace period still ada. Itu sajalah.
Okay. So harap partisipan clear lah yang tu sebab itu jurisdiction MPA. Cik Haslina, Cik Harun. Ni pun lagi nama macam kenal je ni. For IHL awarded with self-accreditation status, we are using MQA 04 for compliance evaluation. Does it mean that after this we'll be using COPPA to assess the CE instead of MQA 04? Ni kena jawab Cik KB. Cik KB?
Saya. Okey. Dokumen kekal dia sebab bila kita kategorikan dokumen MK01 for PA kan, 02 for FA dan 04 for CE. So dia kekal. Dia kekal sebab nanti bila yang peringkat CE dia ada self evaluation tu. Dia tak akan guna format yang sama.
Okey, saya tambah sikit lah ya. MQA 01, MQA 02 dan MQA 04 You sua ke you tak sua, you kena comply pada itu. Cumanya bila you sua, you appoint panel sendiri untuk buat penilaian, bukan MQA. Tapi dia punya prosedur tu, you merupakan mini MQA dalam institusi you. Will there be any change reduction in mandates or evaluation for audit? Ini Cik KB boleh jawab, Cik KB. Sekarang dia tanya kalau
perkara ni kita bergantung kepada keperluan ya. Kita tak boleh decide sekarang lah. Nanti kita tengok macam mana.
Apa mungkin Nazmin fikirkan dia punya standard tu dah kurang banyak kan, dah jadi kluster macam tu. Mungkin tak perlulah ramai sangat panel kot. So that one later lah kot lah. MPA
kita tak decide apa-apa lagi ni.
Buat masa ni janganlah bagi idea tu dekat MQA. Duk diam je. Jadi kita teruskan dengan bilangan panel dan bilangan hari yang ada. Okay?
Kita dah cover most of the Prof.
Okay, dah jawab dah. Ada soalan lagi?
Last soalan kot Prof.
Boleh sekiranya ada lagi soalan sebab kita
Okey, stay kita buka feedback sampai Jumaat 19. Kita ada bagi link dekat portal MPA, sila rujuklah. Maksudnya selepas sesi ni still boleh discuss di peringkat fakulti ke di peringkat PPT masing-masing dan bagi feedback. Kita masih buka.
Kalau ada cadangan, tolong bagi sebelum hari Jumaat ni ya. Nanti we will look at the comments, we will look at the suggestions, we will deliberate. Baik, kalau tak ada apa-apa lagi, saya bagi pihak MQA dan juga Prof Syaril sebagai pengerusi panel ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang hadir dan meluangkan masa pada hari ini dan memberikan maklum balas dan juga soalan-soalan. Kadang-kadang soalan ini dia nak rungkaikan keraguan dia, tapi kadang-kadang soalan itu juga boleh highlightkan certain blind spot yang dialami oleh panel. So sangat bermanfaat bagi kami soalan-soalan ini, sebab bila soalan-soalan ini dikemukakan, maka ada kemungkinan rubrik yang kita buat ataupun clustering yang kita buat itu memerlukan revisit. So once again, on behalf of all the panel dan juga urus dia daripada MPA, saya ucapkan terima kasih, and we look forward to receive your further comments and questions for us to deliberate. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a nice day. Sekretariat, kita jumpa balik nanti pukul 2 ke?
2:30, Prof. Cuma nanti kita akan standby lah pukul 2 lah, siap-siap.
Saya suggest nanti mungkin you all akan have some discussion over lunch.
Ya, betul.
So kalau boleh kita masuk 2 suku tu.
2 suku.
Kalau ada apa-apa perubahan daripada segi pendekatan, bolehlah maklumkan kepada saya.
Okey,
So
boleh.
that I am up to date lah dengan apa yang you all discuss.
Saya rasa tak ada banyak perubahan pun. Dia isu yang dia benda yang sama je lah. Cuma after this,
Cuma minta Prof Syaril tengok slide nombor 11 dengan nombor 30 tu, dia berbeza.
Rasanya macam dia dah buat.
Tak, dia berbeza sebab food accreditation, satu slide mengatakan kita address 92 standard dengan 46 cluster. Satu lagi slide 97 dengan 49 cluster. Saya dah bagi message tu, saya dah bagi. Dalam standard kita, dalam dokumen pada muka surat berapa tu yang menyatakan bahawa untuk food accreditation 97 standard, 49 cluster. Minta semak lah.
Nanti saya tengok that WhatsApp and inform Prof Syaril untuk tengok on that.
Boleh ya?
Alright
then. Okay, saya undur diri dulu. Nanti saya masuk balik guna link yang sama ke Wawa?
Kalau boleh ni je lah. Kalau boleh tinggalkan link jangan live lah. Biar je.
Tinggalkan gitu je?
Tinggal gitu je.
Okay.
Okay bro.
Alright.
Terima kasih banyak bro.
Sama.
Kita biar je. Ada dah off kat sini. Hello. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Saya buat pengumuman daripada landasan kereta api KTM Berhad. Oh dia?
Dekat YouTube.
Saya dah off lah. Saya dah off lah. Alamak. Saya dah. Assalamualaikum. Test 1, 2, 3. KTM Berhad. Oh dia? Test 1, 2, 3. Yes, mic okay.
Okey. Logam. Terima kasih. Okey. Nanti yang lagi satu tu kena cepat-cepat juga.